Welcome, and thank you for joining me here tonight on Boring History for Sleep, your quiet place for long, calming journeys into the forgotten corners of the past. If you find this video helps you rest or simply offers a welcome escape from the noise of the modern world, consider subscribing. It helps the channel grow and ensures I can keep creating these quiet stories. And if you feel like it, I'd love to hear where in the world you're listening from and what time it is there right now. The comments below are always open. Now take a moment to settle in. Maybe you're lying in bed, the lights low, the air still, your pillow cool against your cheek. Let your breathing slow as we drift gently into the shadows of medieval England, a place where stone towers pierced grey skies, where muddy roads wound through sleepy villages, and where the rules of law and punishment shaped everyday life with a cold, unwavering grip. But this isn't a tale of sensational crimes or grisly legends. It's something quieter, yet just as powerful. Tonight, we'll explore the rhythm of life for those who lived on the edge of law and order, for those accused and condemned, and for those simply struggling to survive in a world that rarely forgave mistakes. We'll meet forgotten people, walk through fog-draped town squares, and observe how justice, harsh, uneven, and public, unfolded in dusty courtrooms and echoing dungeons. Each segment of our journey will invite you to slow down, breathe deeply, and imagine yourself there. Not as a king or a knight, but as a cobbler's apprentice, a village reeve, or perhaps just a tired traveller passing through a world lit only by torchlight. So close your eyes if you like, and let us begin. The morning mist still clings to the cobblestones as you make your way down a narrow lane in a small English town, sometime around the year 1320. The streets are already busy with the muffled clatter of wooden carts and the distant bleating of sheep herded toward the market square. Overhead, crooked wooden houses lean close as if whispering secrets to each other, their overhanging upper floors nearly touching across the alley. This is not a grand city. It is not London or York, but a modest town, perhaps Bridgnorth, or Lewis, or 100 others like them, where the daily rhythm hums with small needs and constant caution. Most who walk these streets are not noble, not wealthy, and certainly not powerful. They are labourers, tanners, brewers, and peddlers, and they live under a watchful, invisible weight, the law. In this world, the line between everyday hardship and criminality is thin and often blurry. A stolen loaf of bread might be the difference between feeding your child or going hungry. To poach a rabbit from the Lord's forest could seem like a small rebellion, yet carry the threat of branding or worse. The law was written by the powerful, enforced by the local reeve, and observed by watchmen with more duty than sympathy. For the common folk, being accused of a crime wasn't rare. It might be as simple as a neighbour's suspicion, a tavern quarrel turned sour, or the disappearance of a pig from its pen. And when it happened, the consequences were immediate. You might be seized on the spot and dragged before the local constable. There were no formal police forces, only appointed men of the community charged with maintaining order, and often with enforcing it upon those they knew personally. You wouldn't be read your rights. There were none. Instead, you might be tossed into the town's holding cell, a damp, stinking chamber with a low ceiling and walls coated in centuries of mildew. There, you'd wait. Sometimes for days, sometimes for weeks, depending on when the next court session or heir would pass through the region. It's important to understand that to be held was not in itself punishment. Jail was not the sentence. It was merely the waiting room. Justice, such as it was, came later. The people of this time understood that the law moved slowly. They accepted it, even when it felt unfair. Rumours would flutter through town like startled birds. Who had been caught, what they'd done, whether the bailiff would let them off with a fine or whether they'd face something more permanent. Branding, mutilation, or the gallows at the edge of the field. Still, even within this system, daily life had to go on. Children played in the muck just yards from the pillory. A woman passed the stocks carrying a basket of onions to market. The law's cruelty was not a disruption. It was part of the scenery. And so, as you walk past the pillory this morning, you see a man slumped forward in it, his hair matted with dew, his tunic stained with the offerings of passing townsfolk, rotten cabbage, eggs, spit. He looks at no one looks at him. He's the background noise of medieval life. You continue down the street, your boots caked with the soft, wet filth of last night's rain, passing a group of traders unloading barrels from a cart. A dog barks. A bell rings distantly. Above you, a crow settles on a rooftop beam and watches. The rhythm continues, indifferent. Imagine now that you're no longer on the street but seated, awkwardly, on a hard wooden bench inside a low-ceilinged hall, smoky from the fire that burns day and night in the centre hearth. This is the Manor Court, or perhaps the 100 Court, depending on where you've been accused. The room is hushed but full, with neighbours and local villagers packed in to watch the proceedings unfold. It's your turn to stand. You're not a seasoned criminal, just a cobbler's apprentice, accused of stealing a small pouch of dried apples from a merchant's stall. It's a petty crime, perhaps unrooted more in hunger than malice. And yet here you are, face flushed under the scrutiny of townsfolk who once greeted you by name. Medieval courts, particularly in the countryside, operated less like today's legal systems and more like public rituals. There were no defence attorneys. You spoke for yourself unless someone of note agreed to vouch for you. The bailiff, or the steward if the court was held on a lord's estate, called your name, read the charge in Latin or Norman French, and then turned to you. Did you do it? You can admit it and hope for mercy, or deny it and risk the consequences if no one believes you. If you choose to deny it, the burden shifts. You must summon oath helpers, usually 12 men from your community, to swear on your good character. They don't testify to the facts of the case. Instead, they vouch that you're not the kind of person who would do such a thing. And if enough of them agree, if the jury of your neighbours nod in your favour, you might be acquitted, regardless of guilt. But if they hesitate, if even one of them shifts uncomfortably or fails to raise his hand, the doubt thickens like smoke. In some courts, this failure might condemn you. In others, it could escalate your case to the travelling justices, a group of royal judges who only pass through once every few years. Their sessions, known as the General Eyre, were far more formal and far more severe. If your case rose to that level, you might wait in a damp cell until they arrived. The days would blend together. Rats would scratch in the corners. The straw beneath you would sour. Food, if any came, would be a thin pottage, brought by a relative or bought from the jailkeeper for a few pennies. When the judges finally arrived, cloaks heavy, boots muddy from the road, they'd bring with them not only authority but also an air of distance. These men were strangers. They knew nothing of you, your family, your good works, your hunger. They read your name from a scroll, called you forward, and expected a clear answer. Were you guilty? Yes or no? If you refused to speak, a silent protest, a final attempt to avoid the noose, you might be subjected to peine forte dure, a cruel phrase, softly spoken. It meant you'd be laid on the ground, and increasingly heavy stones would be placed upon your chest until you relented, or until your breath no longer rose. But tonight, in our quieter version of history, you decide to speak. You admit to the theft. It was hunger, a mistake, a moment of poor judgment, and so the court hands down its sentence. You're not hanged, you're not mutilated, but you are sentenced to the stocks for 2 market days from sun-up to sundown. The scribe records your name. The steward nods. The townspeople shift on their benches, murmuring as the next name is called. And you, eyes low, walk back out into the waiting morning. As we move deeper into the heart of a medieval English town, the rhythm of punishment becomes more than just rumour or warning. It is physical. It is architectural. It is built into the very design of the village, much like the church tower or the market cross. The pillory stands in a central place. You pass it regularly, whether heading to the bakehouse, the smithy, or simply to draw water from the public well, and that is the point. Justice here was not tucked away. It was not whispered about. It was displayed, cold, firm, and unavoidable. The pillory itself is not a complex device. 2 vertical posts support a heavy wooden board with circular holes hinged in the middle. The accused's head and hands are locked into it, leaving them bent forward, exposed, and immobile. Sometimes there is a raised platform so that everyone, children, traders, and travellers, can see. Unlike execution or mutilation, the pillory was intended to humiliate rather than harm. But the line between those outcomes often blurred. Punishments like this were called shaming penalties. They were applied to a range of offences: cheating at market, selling spoiled meat, slandering a neighbour, or, like in your case, petty theft. The intent was not to draw blood, but to stain reputation. And it worked. Those sentenced to the pillory would spend hours, sometimes days, with aching shoulders and stiff necks, exposed to the elements. In the summer, the sun beat down. In the winter, frost crept up through the soles of your feet. Rain turned the wood slick. Snow collected in your hair. But worse than the weather was the people. Passers-by were not just allowed to jeer, they were encouraged to. It was part of the penalty. Rotten vegetables, dung and stones were thrown. Laughter came easily. For many it was a form of entertainment, a release, a way to reaffirm one's own position in the moral order. Even so, the pillory was not always a place of cruelty. Sometimes villagers would look away. A neighbour might leave a cloth to shield your face, or set down a crust of bread just out of the constable's view. Not everyone celebrated the punishment. Some found it shameful in another way, the shame of a system that punished desperation as harshly as it did deceit. Still, the pillory stood. Sometimes it was placed near the church, other times beside the guildhall or market. In larger towns, a more elaborate scaffold might be built, with steps and a bell that rang out to mark the punishment's beginning. In smaller hamlets, a simple frame beside the reeve's hut sufficed. The symbolism was consistent. Justice was to be seen. Over time, the pillory aged. The wood cracked. Iron fastenings rusted, but it was always repaired. The law required visibility. Even today, in a few English towns, old pillories remain. Weathered, softened, overtaken by moss. Their presence is quiet but persistent. A memory set into wood and earth of a world that believed justice was a spectacle and punishment a public truth. Now step quietly away from the market square, past the rows of thatched homes and shuttered alehouses. The muddy streets give way to gravel. The smells of open fire pits and livestock begin to fade. Ahead, stone rises from the earth like a grey cliff. The castle seated on a hill just beyond the village. Here, the rhythm of justice beats to a different drum. Within these fortified walls, criminality takes on another shape. This is the domain of lords and landholders, of knights and stewards, where the accused might dine on roast game in one breath and face trial in the next. The great hall of the castle is long and shadowed, with tapestries on the walls and heavy beams overhead. At the far end sits the lord, dressed in finely dyed wool, perhaps with a silver clasp at his neck, beneath a carved wooden canopy that sets him apart from all others. Here, judgment is both personal and absolute. For commoners, the law was a blunt instrument, but for the nobility, it was a game of appearances and negotiation. A baron accused of poaching another's deer might resolve the matter with a letter, a fine, or even a marriage alliance. A knight who struck a peasant in anger would not be tried in the pillory, but might be summoned to the king's court, where the verdict might depend more on favour than on fact. Noble courts, such as those held by earls or sheriffs, were formal, adorned with ceremony. Clerks wrote records in careful Latin script. Witnesses, if called, were often chosen for loyalty rather than truth, and sentences, when passed, were shaped by reputation and rank. Still, punishment did exist among the elite. It simply looked different. A disgraced lord might be exiled from court, an act with real consequences in a world where connection meant survival. A landowner found guilty of treason might forfeit estates, titles, and even his head, though the blade that fell upon his neck would be sharp, clean, and wielded in silence behind castle walls. Inside these halls the law wore velvet gloves. It whispered in Latin and Norman French. It moved through parchment scrolls and whispered rumours. And while the people outside the castle gate might suffer a sentence of starvation or exposure, here the outcome was often a matter of negotiation, of favours exchanged, of debts quietly settled. Yet this privilege came with risk. A fall from grace could be swift and devastating. A lord who misstepped politically might find his lands seized by the crown. A noblewoman accused of treason might be confined in a nunnery until death. And within the high towers of the keep, prisoners of rank sometimes languished for years, well fed perhaps, but forgotten. Their names absent from all but the deepest scrolls. As the wind stirs the banners above the battlements, you sense the truth beneath the surface. The castle, for all its strength and luxury, is still a place of control, of silence, of hidden fear. Justice here is less visible, but no less real. It simply hides behind stone. Picture a crisp, still morning as the sun rises over a market square, its light catching the wooden shutters of stalls just being opened. You hear the soft clink of iron scales being set upon stone counters, the rustle of sacks filled with barley, and the low murmur of traders preparing their wares. This is the heartbeat of the town, the place where goods and gossip pass in equal measure. And it is also a place where the law breathes closest to the skin. Daily markets were not just economic centres, they were carefully regulated zones of behaviour. Every transaction, from a wedge of cheese to a bundle of wool, was subject to scrutiny. Prices were watched, weights were inspected, the alehouse was licensed, the mill was taxed, and behind every ordinary exchange loomed the risk of accusation. Imagine you are a baker, rising before dawn to shape dough in the cold light of a shuttered kitchen. The bread must be the right size, the right weight. If it is too small or too heavy with water and not flour, you risk being accused of deception. And that deception, even if unintentional, may be seen as a threat to the fragile social balance. Bread was sacred, regulated by the assize of bread and ale, a medieval law that set strict standards on pricing and production. A baker found to have sold short-weight loaves could be fined, pilloried, or in some cases even paraded through town with loaves hung around their neck like a collar of shame. Nearby, an alewife stirs a bubbling pot of wort in a copper kettle. She pours ale into wooden cups with a practised hand, but not before the ale taster arrives, a local official appointed to sample and assess the strength and quality of her brew. Too weak, and she cheats her customers. Too strong, and she risks causing disorder. Either might result in a fine, a public name on the town rolls, or worse, a temporary shutdown. And yet, despite the risk, life in the market thrived. It had to. It was how people ate, how they earned, how they survived. But the ever-present regulation meant that nearly everyone was a potential criminal, not because they were wicked, but because the law allowed little room for imperfection. A boy sells apples that are a touch too bruised. A farmer barters off a chicken with an injured foot. A tailor passes off coarse thread as something finer. All of it could lead to punishment, not out of malice, but simply because medieval justice aimed to be seen as impartial and absolute. These were not grand crimes. There were no heists, no betrayals of kingdoms. These were soft infractions, tied more to survival than to greed. And yet they could still leave you standing in the stocks, or losing your livelihood, or being summoned to explain yourself before the town court. Even in the quietest corners of a medieval English village, justice did not sleep. And so, as the market hums with life and the smells of fresh bread and open hearths drift through the morning air, there is always a quiet tension beneath it all, a sense that at any moment the wrong weight, the wrong price, the wrong word might pull you from trader to accused. But for now, the bell tolls softly, a new hour begins, the rhythm continues. Let us now imagine a smaller place, farther from the beaten path, a hamlet where a dozen families share the same muddy track, and where names are known more intimately than laws. It is here, tucked between barley fields and woodland, that a quiet event unfolds, one that will never be recorded in royal scrolls, but remembered in whispers for years. The crime? A missing goose. It belonged to a man named Aldred, a tenant farmer with 3 daughters and a reputation for thick-headed honesty. One morning he finds his bird pen empty. Feathers lie scattered on the dew-wet grass. The gate, typically secured with twine, is untied. Suspicion falls not on strangers, there are none, but on a neighbour. Edric, a thatcher with a limp and a sullen manner. He has long complained of hunger. His roof leaks, his children wear threadbare cloaks, and his debts to the reeve have grown. And so the village gathers, not in a formal court, but in the open air, around the stone that marks the centre of town. The reeve presides, a few elders speak. No lawyers, no scribes. Just the weight of community memory and the slow, uncertain balance of folk justice. Aldred accuses, Edric denies, but the mood is uneasy. A boy claims to have seen Edric walking past the pen before dawn. Another says he heard geese honking in the darkness. A third, younger still, says nothing but stares at the ground. Edric, with palms raised, insists on his innocence, but he cannot prove where he was at the time of the theft. He has no one to speak for him, and no tokens of good standing to offer. He has only his word, and in a place where survival is often a group effort, his word holds little weight. And so, by the authority granted to the reeve, a judgment is made. Edric must pay compensation, not because guilt is proven, but because peace must be maintained. Aldred receives a measure of barley and 2 hens from Edric's dwindling stores. Edric is warned. Should another misstep follow, harsher consequences will come. There are no shackles, no scaffold, no executioner. Just the quiet unravelling of one man's already fragile standing in the village. Over the coming weeks, Edric finds fewer offers of work, fewer greetings. At the alehouse, he drinks alone. His shame is not proclaimed with bells or brands. It lives instead in glances, in silence, in the long echoes of a community that does not forget. This was justice in its quietest form. No drama, no blood. Just a steady, soft judgment carried by whispers and weeks. And while the goose is never found, the lesson endures. In medieval England, to be suspected could be as damaging as to be condemned. And the punishment, more often than not, arrived in the subtle shape of isolation. Now the path bends. We leave behind the village green, the sound of hammers and hawkers, and walk slowly toward the outskirts, past the fields and the grazing commons, beyond the last line of homes, until we reach a low hill where the land rises gently toward the horizon. Atop it stands a tree, not especially tall, not especially old, but marked unmistakably by the dark weight of history. This is the gallows tree. Nearly every town and village had one, or something like it. Sometimes it was a permanent wooden structure. Other times it was simply a stout branch shaped by repetition. These trees were not chosen for shade or fruit, but for visibility. Their job was not to grow, but to remind. Execution in medieval England was not always common, but it was always public. Hangings were scheduled, not sudden. They were events. Notices would spread days in advance. People would walk for miles, gather with baskets of bread, even bring children. The air on such mornings felt peculiar, quiet but not mournful, curious rather than cruel. The condemned, usually thieves or repeat offenders, were paraded through the town surrounded by guards, often with a priest nearby. If they had anything left to say, it was said then. Sometimes they were offered ale or a final piece of bread, sometimes not. The rope was thick, the knot heavy, and the drop, if there was one at all, was short. These were not quick ends. But the focus, at least officially, was not pain. It was finality. The purpose of execution was twofold: to remove the offender and to impress upon the community the consequences of defiance. And so the body was often left hanging, for hours, sometimes days, a warning in silhouette against the sky. In larger towns like Norwich or Exeter, gallows might be constructed of stone and timber, maintained year-round. In smaller settlements, it was the tree, silent, neutral, waiting. Children were told to stay away, but they didn't. They crept up the hillside after the crowds had gone, tossing stones near the roots, whispering stories. Some claimed they saw ghosts. Others simply stood at a distance, quiet, staring upward. Over time, the gallows tree gained a place in the village's story, not just as a site of punishment, but as a boundary, a moral edge, the place where law, when it failed to correct, came to conclude. And when the branch finally cracked, or the tree withered with age, it was not mourned. It was replaced. Because justice in this world could never be allowed to fade from view, and so it stood. Weathered, silent, ever-present. Let us now turn our attention to parchment and ink, to a world not of shouts and sentences, but of quiet records kept beneath flickering candlelight. In a monastery near the edge of Worcestershire, there lived a man named Aelred. He was a monk, a scribe, and, in his own way, a witness to 1,000 acts of justice and injustice alike. Aelred had been copying legal charters and manor court rolls for over 3 decades. Day after day he dipped his quill into iron gaol ink, pressed it to sheepskin vellum, and recorded the names of the accused, the judgments passed, the fines collected. The entries were brief, formulaic, written in Latin with the detachment of someone merely fulfilling duty. But between the lines, Aelred saw everything. He saw that the same names appeared again and again: men fined for gathering dead wood in royal forests, women punished for brewing ale without licence, shepherds accused of letting their flocks stray onto noble lands. He saw the pattern, the repetition, the quiet grinding down of the poor beneath rules designed not just to protect property, but to enshrine power. And so, as years passed, Aelred began to keep a second ledger. It was hidden beneath his cot, wrapped in a cloth and written not in Latin but in simple English. In it, he did not record fines and punishments, but circumstances. He noted who had lost a child that season, who had suffered a poor harvest, who had begged for leniency and been denied. He documented the faces behind the crimes, the tired eyes, the weather-worn hands, the threadbare cloaks patched again and again. This private record was not meant for judgment. It was not meant for the king's clerks or the bishop's eyes. It was, in its own small way, a form of care, a testimony. One entry reads, "Alice, wife of Tom, did take 2 onions from the garden of the Reeve. Her child is thin, and has not grown since Lent. The onions were returned, yet she was fined. She wept not for the fine, but for the shame." Another, "Wolf Carpenter gave over to the stocks for cursing the steward's name. He had splinters in both hands and bled when he stood, said nothing, only looked past us." Elred did not challenge the law. He did not speak out or rebel. But in the act of quietly recording truth as he saw it, he created something rare, a human account of a system often rendered faceless. When he died, his secret book was found by a younger monk who preserved it, unnamed and unread by officials, tucked among the shelves of an abbey's forgotten archives. Centuries later, fragments survive, and in them we glimpse not just punishment or order, but the quiet voice of a man who believed that mercy too deserved a record. Picture now a landscape softened by distance. Rolling fields stretch outward in slow undulations, dotted with hedgerows and the occasional cluster of trees. A narrow lane cuts through it all, winding its way toward a stone-built manor house surrounded by low walls and an orchard that blooms faintly in spring's pale sun. This is not a castle, and not a hovel either. It is the home of a minor noble family, wealthy enough to command servants and steward a village, but far from the centres of royal power. Here, justice is a quieter, more personal affair. The manor lord presides not in robes, but in riding boots. His word carries weight, but it is a weight shaped by proximity, not just law. Imagine the lord seated in his solar, beside a lead-glass window that filters the morning light into a pale wash across the tiled floor. He listens as his steward explains that one of the villains, bonded labourers tied to the estate, has been accused of theft, a missing axe, a neighbour's complaint. The man in question is named Tib. He is 35, stoop-shouldered, calloused from years in the fields. He has never left the estate's boundaries. He cannot read. His debts to the manor are long-standing, though not unusual. He was seen walking past the smith's shed. That is all. The lord frowns, but does not yet judge. Instead, he sends for Tib and listens. The story is simple. He saw the axe, untouched, and kept walking. He has his own, older and duller. Why steal what he cannot hide? But the accusation has been made, and the law, such as it is in this corner of the countryside, requires that the matter be addressed. A formal court will not convene for several weeks, and the steward advises a temporary punishment to keep order. And so the lord agrees. Tib is confined to his cottage for 4 days. He may not leave to tend the fields or collect his daily ration of ale. His wife must bring water and whatever food she can spare. No formal record is made. No scribe dips a quill. There is only the memory of the judgment, quiet, efficient, and shaped by familiarity. This is how justice often moved at the edge of noble life, informal, personal, and elastic. Those within the manor's orbit, servants, cooks, ploughmen, could be punished for small infractions with loss of privilege, with dismissal, or with silence. A chambermaid might be sent away without explanation. A stable boy, caught in a lie, might find himself without supper for a week. There were no gallows here, no pillories, but the threat of losing favour, of being cast out, was often enough. And for the manor lord, law was not a code, it was a presence, a way to maintain control and stability, to protect his household from disorder, to ensure that the quiet rhythm of estate life remained undisturbed. As you gaze out from the window of that manor house, watching the faint curls of chimney smoke rise from the village beyond, you sense the balance that justice here depends on. Not fairness, not equality, but order. Breathe in now and feel the air grow cooler as we descend, not figuratively but physically, into the shadows beneath a stone-built hall at the edge of a town. Down a short flight of worn steps, beneath the weight of oak beams and damp stones, we arrive at the jail. A medieval prison was not a place of sentences, but of waiting. There were no long-term incarcerations for most crimes. Instead, the jail held people until their case could be heard, or until they paid what was owed, or until someone decided what to do with them. In some cases, the waiting lasted a day. In others, months, or longer. The air is close, earthy. The scent is a mixture of old straw, spilled broth, mould, and the sharp tang of unwashed bodies. The cell is barely taller than a man, with a low ceiling and no proper windows. Light seeps through a narrow slit in the wall high above reach. Outside, the world continues. In here, time thickens. There are no separate cells. Everyone, accused thieves, suspected poachers, debtors, the wrongfully imprisoned, shares the same narrow space. Some speak in low murmurs. Others sit silently, heads bowed. The floor is hard-packed dirt scattered with straw. If you want a blanket, you must pay for it. If you want food, someone must bring it to you. The jailer, the man in charge, is not a salaried official. He earns by charging prisoners for their stay, food, bedding, chains, and even the right to breathe the outside air for a few minutes a day. He has a heavy ring of keys and a face marked by routine, not cruelty. He rarely speaks unless coin is involved. It's not the darkness that weighs most heavily. It's the uncertainty. Some in this cell are innocent. Some are guilty of things that wouldn't matter in another place or time. A broken oath, a missed fine, a neighbour's grudge. Others are awaiting transfer to a royal court, where the sentence may be harsher. A few know their fate already. They'll be hanged at the next fair, their names read aloud before the crowd. But until then they wait. Some pass the time carving marks into the stone. Tallies, letters, prayers. Others whisper psalms or murmur their innocence into the straw. At night, sleep comes in patches, interrupted by coughs, muttering, or the scrape of rats searching for crumbs. Not all survive. Sickness moves quickly here. One prisoner with a fever can infect the rest. There is no treatment, no physician. Just shivering bodies pulled tighter into themselves as days stretch and hope thins. And yet, even here, the rhythm persists. Every morning the jailer opens the door. A few names are called. Someone's case has finally come up. Someone else has died in the night. The straw is changed badly. A loaf of bread is thrown inside. The door closes again. It is a grim space, but not a loud one. The suffering here is muffled, not by cruelty, but by routine. The jail is not a place of torture. It is a place of waiting, of forgetting, of lives paused without promise of resumption. Above ground, the town stirs. A bell tolls, a horse trots by. But down here, the walls do not echo. They absorb. Sometimes the past reveals itself not through presence, but through absence. In a dusty archive deep within a Cambridge college, among shelves of brittle manuscripts and half-forgotten parchments, lies a rolled sheaf of documents bound by faded twine. The outside bears a faint inscription, Assizes of the Shire of Kent, Anno Domini 1304. This is a trial roll, a record of court proceedings, one of many compiled during the travels of royal justices. They moved from town to town, bringing the king's law to the countryside. These rolls are supposed to be structured, meticulous. Names of the accused, charges, testimonies, verdicts, sentences, all inscribed in the looping Latin hand of a court scribe. But this one is different. The early entries are typical. A man fined for assault, a woman pardoned for minor theft, a baker punished for false measures. Each line follows the rhythm of bureaucracy, but halfway through the parchment the language becomes inconsistent. Names are scratched out, several entries are blotted with ink, and for nearly 6 pages only initials appear. No full names, no verdicts. Scholars have puzzled over this. Some suggest clerical error, others suspect that the roll was damaged and hastily restored. But there are theories whispered among archivists. Calmer, more human explanations. Perhaps a scribe grew uncomfortable with what he was asked to record. Perhaps those blotted names were individuals whose trials were rushed, whose guilt was predetermined, or whose punishments were unusually harsh. It is known that during periods of unrest, especially during food shortages or local revolts, travelling judges sometimes acted swiftly and decisively. What would normally be a petty charge might then be treated as sedition or even treason. And perhaps in the dim light of the makeshift courtroom, a young scribe simply chose not to bear full witness. not to immortalise names that would never be spoken again. There are no letters of protest, no explicit record of defiance, only a subtle trail of silence woven into an otherwise ordinary document. It's possible that no one noticed at the time, or if they did, they said nothing. The scribe moved on, the judges continued their circuit, the prisoners... We don't know. What remains is this fragment, half a roll, half a story. And so it becomes part of our narrative, not as a record of what was decided, but as a reminder of what was lost, or erased, or perhaps intentionally left unsaid. The past is full of noise, bells, cries, commands, but sometimes it speaks in whispers, and sometimes it doesn't speak at all. Step now into another world entirely, one removed from the wet earth of village paths and the groaning wood of prison doors. We are in a grand hall, a space vast and echoing, lit by high windows and tall, flickering sconces. Tapestries line the walls, rich with heraldry and embroidered hunting scenes. The floors are tiled. The air smells of beeswax and perfumed oils. This is the royal court, and here justice is not dirty. It is clothed in silk, weighed down by golden chains, and spoken in low, deliberate voices. In this world the law is still real, but it bends, it curves, it adapts itself to circumstance and influence. If a nobleman is accused of treason, his trial will not take place in the village green. It will unfold behind closed doors, often in a chamber reserved for the king's closest advisers. These trials, held before the Curia Regis, the king's court, are solemn, complex affairs, where outcomes are as much about politics as they are about proof. The accused may arrive not in chains, but in velvet. He will bow low. He will be asked to explain himself, not shouted at. The men who pass judgment are not reeves or constables. They are barons, bishops, chancellors, men with lands and power of their own, all attuned to the delicate balance of loyalty and favour. Justice here is about preservation. The preservation of order, yes, but also of alliances, of appearances, of the intricate web that holds the realm together. And so, if the accused is well connected, his punishment may be symbolic, a temporary exile, a forfeiture of title, a forced pilgrimage, something that signals disapproval without disrupting the entire tapestry. But if he stands alone, if he has lost favour, if his name is already half forgotten, then the sentence may come swift and quiet. There is no public hanging, no pillory. Instead, a sealed letter, a closed carriage, a quiet journey to a distant tower where no one waits, and where months pass in silence. The royal court does not shout its justice. It speaks it softly with the weight of formality, and it often speaks it behind a veil. In this world the poor may suffer more visibly, more immediately. But the rich face a different kind of danger. One built not of wood and rope, but of distance and silence. A justice that disappears you from conversation, from corridors, from memory. And as the king dines in the hall, surrounded by lords laughing gently over venison and wine, the judgment has already been rendered, without spectacle, without crowd, just a nod, a silence, a name crossed from the roll. Now, return with me to the edge of a village where homes lean low beneath thatched roofs, and narrow chimneys exhale thin ribbons of wood smoke into the morning air. Here, away from the gallows and the manor, from the abbey and the court, life unfolds in quieter struggles, especially for those living under the weight of suspicion. To be accused of a crime in medieval England, even a petty one, was to be marked. The trial might be weeks away, the outcome uncertain, but the consequence began immediately. Neighbours who once waved now avert their gaze. Children whisper. The reeve watches more closely. A woman who once sold you onions in the market now claims she's out of stock. If you are a husband, your family feels it first. Work dries up. You're not invited to join the harvest team. The miller says he cannot grind your grain until next week. The blacksmith is busy every time you call. You begin to eat less so your children can eat more, and still you wait. During this waiting, your days are spent in a strange half-light. Still free, technically, yet tethered to the invisible leash of pending judgment. You try to carry on as before. Chop wood, mend a fence, tend your small plot of beans. But everything is quieter. Even the birds seem more distant. Your children notice. They ask why you can't go into town, why you didn't go to the fair, why the neighbours' laughter stops when you pass, and so you do more around the house. You patch the roof where the thatch sagged during the spring rain. You carve a new handle for the broken water bucket. You sit by the hearth and repair torn shoes with twine and scraps of hide. These are not distractions, they are small acts of persistence, of refusing to vanish. At night, the cottage is colder, there is less firewood. The ale you used to enjoy has soured, but there is still bread, still a candle stub, still your wife's hand resting quietly beside yours in the dark. Not every accused person was imprisoned. Many awaited trial in their homes under informal watches or under the promise of returning to court. The community was their cage, its gossip more binding than shackles, and when the court day came, they walked or rode to face it. Some returned, others did not. But in those weeks of waiting, the rhythm of life became fragile, suspended, and every sound, the creak of a door, the knock of the reeve's staff, the call of your name, could mean that judgment had arrived, or that you had one more day to live as you always had, just slightly more carefully. Far from the clang of blacksmith hammers and the bustle of market days, we now find ourselves in a quiet stone chapel nestled in the hills of Northumberland. It is a modest place, more prayer house than church, where sheep graze not far from the porch, and the nearest village lies a day's walk through winding, weather-beaten paths. Here, the rhythm of life is shaped by prayer and silence. The bell is rung at dawn, again at noon, and once more at dusk. Inside, the chapel walls are bare but clean. Wooden pews creak faintly as they shift under the weight of tired knees, and at the front, beneath a simple altar, stands an oaken box, the alms box. It is unassuming. Fitted with a small iron lock, its only purpose is to receive the offerings of the devout, coins given to aid the poor or to maintain the candles and roof of the chapel itself. But one winter morning it is found open. The lock is intact, but the box is empty. Not a farthing remains, and the whisper begins. At first, no one speaks aloud. The box could have been collected early, some say. Perhaps the steward took the coins on his rounds, but the priest says he did not. And soon, one name emerges again and again. Brother Guillaume, the younger of the two monks who tend the chapel. Guillaume is not a thief by trade. He is soft-spoken, thin, often seen feeding the birds in the churchyard. But it is known that his family in Hexham is struggling. His brother has debts. His mother has taken ill. And in the absence of evidence, suspicion grows like lichen in a shaded crevice, slow but persistent. An ecclesiastical inquiry is held, presided over by a visiting canon. It is not a court in the sense of tortures and gallows, but it is no less serious. Guillaume is asked to explain himself. He insists he knows nothing. The steward confirms he was never seen near the box after Vespers. The priest is unsure. There are no witnesses, no proof. But the suspicion lingers. The verdict is quiet. Guillaume is not excommunicated nor imprisoned. Instead, he is sent away, transferred to a lesser chapel farther north, where the winds off the sea are sharp and the congregation sparse. It is not a punishment, the canon says, merely a change. And so he goes. No crime was proven, no confession given, but the alms box is now fitted with a new lock. The priest now counts its contents twice each week, and the birds no longer flock so eagerly to the churchyard path. In medieval England, the church had its own forms of justice, subtler, often softer in tone, but no less final. A whispered judgment, a shadowed reassignment, a future quietly narrowed. And sometimes, as in Guillaume's case, the truth remains known only to God. The hour grows late now, and the village quiets. But in the great hall of a minor noble's estate, the evening is only beginning. The torches have been lit. The rushes on the floor are fresh, scattered with dried herbs that lend a faint scent of lavender and mint to the smoke-thick air. The hearth blazes high, and above it hangs a stag's head, mounted proudly. This is the rhythm of elite leisure. The nobleman, seated at the high table with a goblet of imported wine in hand, listens idly as a travelling bard recites a tale of heroic knights and doomed love. Below, at the long tables, retainers and stewards drink ale from wooden cups, tearing into joints of roasted mutton and round loaves split by hand. There is laughter, yes, but always within the bounds of propriety. Everyone knows their place. Every jest is carefully directed, and every guest is aware of the stories not told aloud. Because even here, in this place of velvet and carved wood, the law lingers in the corners. Earlier that week, a kitchen servant was dismissed. She had broken a jar of imported spice, worth more than she earned in a season. The master said little, a single gesture. The steward carried out the rest. She was gone before dusk. No punishment in the formal sense, no stocks or pillories, but she would not find work easily. Word would travel faster than her footsteps. And before that, a scullion had been caught sneaking bread for his cousin, an orphan living near the stables. The boy was not whipped. He was simply sent to labour in the salt yard, an unspoken sentence to back-breaking days and calloused nights. These quiet consequences defined justice among the elite. No need for spectacle when one's word was enough to shape fate. But not all judgments were cold. A steward, once accused of manipulating grain rations, had proven his innocence by producing careful tallies and witness statements from the miller and baker. The nobleman, impressed by the steward's diligence, not only cleared his name but raised his standing. He now sits close to the high table, his cup always filled. Justice here depends not on evidence alone, but on reputation, on timing, on the subtle balance of favour and function. Outside, the wind sighs through the yew trees. The estate is silent beyond the hall's walls, but within life continues with measured ceremony. A boy plucks a lute. A kitchen maid pours more wine. The bard begins another story, this one of a lion-hearted knight wronged by his king. The nobleman listens, his face unreadable. Justice in this world is not declared, it is curated. Step now into a humbler space. A single-room cottage on the edge of a village, built from wattle and daub, its thatch patched with bits of cloth and straw. The floor is beaten earth. The walls are warm with smoke and soot. There is no privacy here, just a shared bed stuffed with straw, a stool, a cooking pot, and the scent of damp wool and wood ash. This is the home of a family living on the edge, not of town, but of fortune. A husband who tills another man's land, a wife who sells eggs and spin wool, 2 children who carry water and fetch kindling. Their lives are steady if thin, predictable in the way that hardship often is. But today everything has changed. A pig has gone missing. Not theirs. It belonged to a neighbour, a man known for his sharp eyes and sharper tongue. And when it was found, days later, slaughtered and buried near the wood's edge, someone remembered that this family had once borrowed a knife. Now the reeve has been notified. The village gossips. And though no one says it directly, everyone knows where suspicion has landed. Life under this kind of scrutiny becomes dense, heavier. Every movement is calculated. The husband speaks less at the alehouse. The wife lowers her eyes when passing others on the path. The children, sensing something, begin to play closer to home. Even simple acts feel loaded. When the family sells eggs at market, they sell fewer than usual. Some people do not stop at their stall. Others ask pointed questions. Fresh? Not from the woods, I hope? The smiles are thin, the tone is polite, but the message is clear. Suspicion has its own weight. The reeve does not arrest anyone. There is no formal charge. But the message has been passed to the steward, and the steward has spoken to the manor lord. No evidence, but the family's plot of beans is now under review. Their right to gather firewood from the lord's forest may be suspended. The son may be taken for labouring duties rather than schooling with the village priest. All without a word of guilt. In this way, punishment can arrive not through sentence but through erosion, the steady wearing down of one's place in the community. And even when time passes and the incident is forgotten by most, something remains. A softness in the voice when others speak your name, a gap in the circle when you stand in line for flour. A longer pause before the next person agrees to trade. There is no wound, no scar, nothing that can be shown, but it is there, and so you learn to live carefully, to speak gently, to wait. Beneath the vaulted stone halls of an abbey long since abandoned, hidden from sight by centuries of silt and silence, archaeologists uncovered something unusual. It was not a golden reliquary, nor a collection of forgotten scrolls. It was something quieter, sadder, bones. Laid in narrow trenches below what had once been a scriptorium, the remains were not those of honoured monks or noble benefactors. They bore signs of hardship, poor nutrition, worn joints, long-healed fractures. Some were buried haphazardly, without coffins, without offerings. In one case, iron shackles were found nearby. These were not ceremonial burials, they were practical, swift, perhaps unspoken. Analysis revealed that these individuals had likely lived and died in confinement, possibly within the abbey itself. A small holding cell, long since collapsed, was found near the southern wall. Carved into one of its stones were lines scratched in repetition. Not words, just lines. Dozens of them. The abbey's records from that time are mostly intact, but they speak little of these souls. A few marginal notes in Latin refer to disciplinary housing and breaches of obedience. One entry speaks of a lay brother who was caught stealing bread and was withheld from the community for reflection. Reflection, a gentle word for a grim practice. Monastic communities had their own internal codes. Justice was handled within cloistered walls, by prior and abbot, and was often aimed at correction rather than punishment. But correction, in those days, could mean days in darkness, meals of bread and water, silence without end. The bones offer no confessions, no explanations, only a suggestion that within this place of prayer and reflection, some lives ended quietly, without song or remembrance. They may have been monks who faltered, or servants accused of theft, or pilgrims who overstayed their welcome. Their names are lost, but their presence lingers, just beneath the worn tiles where monks once paced in meditation. What is striking is not the number of burials, but the fact that they were hidden. Not placed in the abbey's cemetery, not mentioned in memorials, as though their stories did not quite belong in the record of holy life. And so the archaeologists recorded their findings, preserved the bones, and filled the trench again with earth and care. A small plaque now marks the space. It says only, "Here rest the forgotten once bound within these sacred walls. May peace find them." Even in places built for mercy, justice sometimes came cold and quiet. And though the abbey has long since emptied of voices, the stone still remembers. In a well-tended manor nestled between two wooded ridges, the household of a gentlewoman begins to stir. The linen has been folded, the porridge prepared, and in a modest solar above the buttery, Lady Elfrida dictates a letter to her steward's apprentice. Her voice is calm, measured. She has lived here for 20 years, ever since her husband died, and left her both the land and its obligations. And though she does not wear armour or sit in the king's court, she exercises her own kind of authority, especially over justice within her domain. A matter has come to her attention. One of the dairymaids was struck by a carter delivering grain to the granary. He claims it was an accident. She claims otherwise. There are no witnesses, only a torn sleeve, a bruised cheek, and the lurch of silence that followed. Lady Elfrida listens carefully. She does not summon the constable. She does not call for the reeve. Instead, she writes letters, first to the carter's employer, a distant cousin of her late husband, and then to the prior at the nearby priory where the dairymaid sister serves. These letters are not threats. They are inquiries, written in a steady hand with ink made from crushed oak galls. In them, she requests clarity, expresses disappointment, asks for character statements. She knows the carter will be removed from his route. The dairymaid will not speak of the event again. Her safety is ensured by the shift in routine, not by a sentence pronounced. In the world of the gentry, particularly for women who held land, justice often flowed through influence rather than punishment. A word to the right cousin, a favour repaid, a position revoked, all without public record. Lady Elfrida has overseen many such matters. A kitchen boy caught stealing gooseberries was sent to serve in the gardens instead, where his mischief might be channelled into pruning. A clerk who overcharged on rents was quietly dismissed and replaced by a younger man with a cleaner record. A tenant's son, accused of fighting in the alehouse, was told he would be denied access to the manor's grain store unless his father took him in hand. Her justice is administrative, quiet, woven into the fabric of estate life, but it is not passive. Lady Elfrida keeps a ledger of these decisions. In the back pages of her household account book, beneath entries for lambing costs and beeswax purchases, she writes brief lines. Benedict reassigned. Matilda watched more closely. Robin spoken to. Not full stories, just notations. Enough to recall context if needed. This was how many women of property maintained order in a world where the law was distant and slow. Through record-keeping, through correspondence, through presence. Outside her window, the steward walks the grounds. The carter's wagon is no longer there. The dairymaid, now returned to her chores, hums softly while pouring cream into a shallow basin. And the letter, now sealed with a faint smear of green wax, is handed off to a rider. It will arrive by evening. Justice here travels by parchment. Dawn arrives slow and pale on the outskirts of a small market town. The sky is a damp grey sheet, sagging with moisture that never quite becomes rain. Beneath it, the land rises into a bare, sloping hill, neither high nor steep, but deliberately chosen for its visibility. This is the Hanging Hill, known by different names in different counties: Gallows Hill, Dead Man's Rise, Justice Bank. It is not a secret, nor a place hidden by fear. It is part of the landscape, part of life. Today it draws a crowd. The justices have returned. The court has sat, and a sentence has been passed. The accused is a man named Alric, a name that might have belonged to dozens of men in a place like this. He's not known for violence. He was a drover, a man who guided animals to market. He was caught stealing. 3 sheep tethered in the dark and led from a pasture to a different fence. His guilt was not in question. He admitted it at once. The sheep were returned, though not unharmed. The farmer wanted restitution. The court, however, chose the gallows. It is not the first hanging in this town, nor will it be the last. But each one draws the same ritual: slow procession, sombre gathering, hushed voices. For many, it is their only encounter with the king's justice, a public display of finality in a world where most punishments are endured quietly and privately: branding, mutilation, fines, exile. Hanging is different. Hanging is conclusive. As the crowd gathers, you notice the stillness that precedes the event. There is no shouting, no sobbing. Children cling to their mother's sleeves. The baker wipes flour from his hands on his apron. The priest stands quietly, clutching a wooden cross, his face unreadable. Alric is led up the hill by 2 guards. His hands are bound, but not tightly. He does not fight. His legs move with the awkwardness of someone walking on numb feet. A hush falls as he reaches the top. The scaffold is a simple thing: weathered planks, a trapdoor, a stout crossbeam with a looped rope swaying slightly in the breeze. He's given a moment. The priest steps forward. A brief exchange. Alric says nothing that most can hear, but his lips move. A murmur. A nod. A breath that becomes visible in the chill. Then the noose is placed. The executioner works quickly. He has done this before. He adjusts the knot behind the ear, checks the lever, wipes his hands on his tunic. The crowd does not cheer. They do not gasp. They watch. Not because they want to, but because they feel they must. The law is not abstract here. It is flesh and motion and stillness. The trapdoor opens. There is a collective intake of breath, then a stillness more complete than before. The silence stretches for several seconds, an eternity in the life of a town. Then people begin to turn away, not quickly, not with relief, but with the heaviness of routine. Children are led back toward the village. Traders return to their stalls. The guards speak to the reeve. The body will be left for a time, an instruction carried from London in older times. Let it hang where others might see. And though this practice is fading in some places, here it continues. At the edge of the hill, an old woman watches. She has seen 3 hangings in her life. She says nothing. The scaffold will be cleaned tomorrow, the trapdoor reset, the rope inspected for wear, and by next week the same hill will be used again. For grazing, perhaps, or for watching the horizon as the harvest wagons creak toward the storehouses. But today it is a place of judgment, not just for Alric, but for everyone who watched. Justice in medieval England was not merely a process, it was a spectacle, a reminder, a reinforcement. You did not need to know the law, you only needed to know the outcome, and for many that was enough. The sky begins to clear as the last of the townsfolk descend the hill. A light breeze scatters fallen leaves across the grass. Below, the river moves steadily, untouched by the morning's event. And high above, a single crow circles once, then disappears into the grey. In the winding back streets of a bustling town like Norwich or York, beneath the carved eaves of overhanging houses and the patchwork of laundry flapping between beams, a certain kind of man moves with purpose but without ceremony. He's neither a constable nor a nobleman. He wears no official badge, and yet his presence commands attention in ways that are difficult to trace. He is a thief-taker. The thief-taker walks a blurred line between criminal and constable, informant and enforcer. His life is marked not by legal authority, but by reputation, earned in shadows and whispered in taverns. For a price he will track down stolen goods, return them to the owner, and name the thief who took them. For a higher price he may choose not to. Meet Randall Smythe. His name appears in several borough records across late 14th century England, never as an officer of the court, but always near the margins, mentioned in the margins of depositions, in complaints brought before sheriffs, and in the occasional payment ledger of local guilds. He lived in London for a time, though his business was often more welcome in provincial towns, where officials were fewer and suspicion moved quickly. Randall was not a large man, nor particularly imposing. He blended in, that was his advantage. When a merchant's cart was pilfered overnight, or when a tavern keeper's coin pouch vanished from the back table, Randall appeared, sometimes uninvited. "I've heard tell of a fellow matching that tale," he'd say, over a mug of weak ale, leaning just close enough to be heard, but never enough to be trusted. And then, for a sum, negotiated quietly, he would begin his work. He asked questions in places others wouldn't dare to linger. He traded rumours. Sometimes he recovered the stolen goods outright, though how he managed that was never clear. At times, the items reappeared in strange ways, dropped in a doorway, left under a market stall, returned by an anonymous messenger. And always, Randall followed soon after, collecting both his fee and his due reputation. But thief-taking was a dangerous trade. No formal law protected Randall. No writ of the king shielded him if the accused turned out to be well-connected or innocent, or merely the wrong man at the wrong time. He walked a line between the courts and the alleyways, between favour and fury. One record describes a case where Randall accused the son of a tanner in Kent of stealing a purse from a travelling friar. The purse was found, yes, but the boy's father was a respected guild member. The friar left town before testifying, and Randall was fined for improper naming of a freeman's son. Another record, months later, shows him being paid by the alderman of the same town to locate a runaway apprentice who had taken with him a shearing blade and 2 weeks' wages. The apprentice was returned. The payment was recorded. No further comment was made. There is no record of how Randall's story ends. No mention of a burial, no last contract, no final arrest. Only silence. As if he faded the same way he had lived, half seen, half trusted, half legal. But his role, neither criminal nor constable, highlights the porous boundary of justice in medieval England. For those who lived outside the manor or court, justice was not always a matter of judgment. It was a matter of navigation, of knowing whom to ask, what to say, when to disappear. And Randall Smythe, thief-taker of uncertain allegiance, understood better than most that in a world without consistent law enforcement, justice often arrived not with a badge, but with a bargain. Down a forgotten footpath outside the ruins of an old priory in Lincolnshire, there lies a collapsed chamber beneath what once served as the chapel floor. For centuries it lay sealed, its stones sunken and its entrance hidden by ivy and roots. It was not marked on any surviving plans. No writings referred to it directly. But when a team of conservators began stabilising the crumbling remains of the east transept, they struck something unusual beneath the apse, a wall not aligned with any known structure. With careful removal of debris and years of accumulated soil, the space revealed itself, small, square, and eerily intact. It had been built intentionally, sealed intentionally, and forgotten just as deliberately. The chamber contained only a few objects: a rusted iron ring bolted to the far wall, a wooden bowl petrified by time, and a short bench or cot carved roughly from stone. But the most telling discovery came not from the physical remains, but from a series of faint inscriptions on the plastered wall. They were not grand, not theological, not part of any religious rite. They were names. Just 3, R, Tome, and Lucia. Scratched by hand into the plaster, each name stood alone, etched by different fingers with different depth and precision. There were no dates, no prayers, no symbols of absolution. The initial interpretation among researchers was that this had been a form of ecclesiastical holding cell, a place where those judged unfit for public penance might be kept under confinement, away from the main cloisters, but still within earshot of Mass. In many monastic settings, particularly in more isolated orders, such cells were used not for the criminally dangerous, but for the spiritually wayward. A monk who violated his vows, a novice who broke silence too often, or more quietly someone who threatened to stir scandal. In rare cases they held outsiders, laypersons accused of sins too disruptive for public judgment, but too delicate for open trial. Adulterers, heretics, blasphemers, women who named names, men who whispered doubts. A brief confinement in the cell might serve as a warning. Longer stays meant the community had already made its decision. The bowl implied food was provided, the ring suggested restraint, the lack of bedding told the rest of the story. What makes this site haunting is the silence that surrounds it. The priory's records are incomplete. Monastic accounts from the 13th century reference the northern penance alcove, but offer no detail. Later references speak only of renovations and repairs to the floor without explaining why, and yet these names, scratched into wall and memory, remain. Perhaps Tome was a runaway apprentice caught hiding in the priory's granges. Perhaps Lucia was the daughter of a knight, placed in retreat after breaking her vows of silence. Perhaps was a monk whose doubts had grown too loud. We cannot know. But what we do know is that someone built this room, someone sealed it, and someone, more than one, sat in it long enough to leave their mark. Today, the chamber is preserved behind a low barrier, open only to guided researchers. Visitors to the priory walk just feet above it, unaware that beneath their quiet footsteps lies a story half told in scratches and stone. The past does not always announce itself with grandeur. Sometimes it waits quietly in the shadows, beneath cracked tiles and beneath chapel walls, reminding us that justice, especially the quiet kind, is often written not in scrolls but in scratches, in silence and in stone. Inside a hall warmed by braziers and scented with the slow-cooked stew of pheasant and root vegetables, the gentry of the Shire gather for an autumn feast. Above the oak-panelled walls hang banners displaying heraldic animals, lions, stags and griffins frozen mid-roar in crimson and gold. This is a space not for deliberation or judgment, but for performance, for display. And yet justice, in this world, arrives over wine cups and between courses. At the high table sits Lord Anselm, a second son turned landholder by marriage and inheritance. He is not a cruel man, nor particularly pious, but he is clever. He understands that to maintain the loyalty of his peers and the obedience of his tenants, one must know when to punish, when to forgive, and when to simply forget. A murmur passes down the length of the table. It concerns Sir Godric, a knight of middling means who has recently come under suspicion for mismanaging estate funds during a brief appointment as sheriff. The accusations are not public yet. They are whispered among the clerks, hinted at in letters passed between noble households, and they are true. Lord Anselm knows this because it was his steward who uncovered the discrepancy. Too much grain recorded, not enough delivered, coins missing from the treasury chest. It would be a simple thing to report, a formal charge, a letter to the justiciar, but instead, Lord Anselm invites Godric to dine. The knight arrives late, his eyes cautious. He bows deeply, speaks only when spoken to, and drinks less than usual. Throughout the meal, no mention is made of accounts, or treasuries, or missing bushels of barley. Instead, Lord Anselm speaks of the hunt planned for next week, of the poor yield of apples this season, of the king's plans to levy new taxes. Godric nods, smiles when expected. But after the third course, Anselm speaks quietly. He mentions that the role of sheriff will be given to another, that Godric should focus his energies on overseeing the harvest in a less sensitive manner. That discretion is appreciated. That balance can be restored if all parties agree to put the matter to rest. Godric bows again, his face unreadable. No formal punishment is recorded. No account books are seized. The grain is never found. But within 2 weeks, Godric is gone, sent north to manage a sparser estate, with fewer eyes and lower expectations. This is what justice looks like among the powerful. It is not a matter of truth or guilt. It is a matter of weight, whose name carries more, whose silence costs less. Reputation is currency. Accusation is leverage. And punishment, when it comes, is designed not to correct behaviour, but to protect order. For the commoner, a theft of grain might mean stocks or whipping. For a knight, it means reassignment. For a noble, perhaps not even that. This does not mean justice does not exist, only that it bends more easily in certain hands, As the feast winds down and the guests begin to retire, the servants clear the trenches and sweep the rushes. In the stillness that follows, Lord Anselm dictates a short letter. It is not addressed to a court. It is not a record of guilt. It simply names a new sheriff, thanks Godric for his service, and wishes him prosperity in his new post. The letter will be sealed with wax, filed in a box, forgotten by most, but in it a quiet sentence has been passed. And in that silence the law has spoken, just not out loud. In a hamlet ringed by low stone walls and sodden barley fields, a village stirs in the soft light of dawn. The smoke rises early here, thin trails escaping from small cottages to blend with the chill. Chickens cluck drowsily from their coops. The pigs grunt from behind woven hurdles. Most of the villagers are awake long before the sun crests the low hills. Among them is Ida. She is neither young nor old, neither wealthy nor destitute. She lives in a timber-framed hut that leans slightly to the east, its shutters repaired more with hope than with hinges. Her hands are lined from years of kneading bread and pulling weeds, but what sets her apart, just slightly, is her knowledge of plants. Ida keeps bundles of dried herbs hung in her rafters. She brews tisanes and poultices. She knows that yarrow slows bleeding, that nettle eases joint pain, that valerian, in small doses, brings sleep. Most villagers come to her when illness strikes. A sick child, a sprained ankle, a festering cut. They bring it to Ida before the reeve, before the priest, even before their own kin in some cases. She has helped many, but help can curdle into suspicion faster than milk left on the hearth. It begins with a rumour. A young man, healthy and strong, takes ill after a harvest celebration. He had danced with Ida's daughter. The boy's mother, distraught and eager for answers, finds comfort in pattern. She remembers Ida's teas, Ida's whispers, Ida's herbs steeping in clay pots, and she speaks. First to her neighbour, then to the baker, then to the priest. Whispers move faster than wagons. By week's end, Ida finds herself no longer greeted. Her door, once marked by handprints in thanks, now receives none. A child throws a clump of mud at her shutter and is not scolded. She's no longer asked to tend the sick. Her herbs hang untouched. The priest visits, gently at first. He asks questions about her teas, about her prayers, about the markings on a piece of cloth used to tie a poultice. He speaks of superstition, of fear, of order. Eda listens quietly. She knows how these things begin. She knows the law allows no space for witchcraft, though the word itself is rarely used in this part of the countryside. More often, it's suspicion, unrest, bad signs. The punishment need not be official. There are no stocks for healers who are too effective. There are only silences, closed doors, and an empty hearth. In time, the boy recovers. His mother does not apologize. The priest does not return. But Ida's world has shifted. She no longer sells herbs in the market. She no longer tends others' children. She keeps her door closed more often, and her fire lit longer into the night. This is not punishment by decree. It is justice by hesitation, and it is common. In many villages across medieval England, knowledge, especially that held by women, was viewed with cautious reverence that could shift, under pressure, to fear. No jailer came for Ida. No sentence was passed. Yet her days grew narrower, her nights grew colder, and in the rafters the bundles of dried sage and tansy hung a little longer than they once had, swaying gently in the rising smoke of a fire that burned, stubbornly, against the weight of quiet judgment. In the damp recesses of a cathedral archive in Wiltshire, bound in cracked leather and sealed beneath centuries of dust, lies a document rarely studied outside of specialist circles. It bears no gilding, no religious script, no lineage of noble families. Instead, it begins abruptly. Inquisition taken before the king's coroner. This is a coroner's roll. Unlike manorial court records or royal writs, the coroner's rolls deal not with disputes or edicts, but with deaths, specifically those sudden, suspicious, or untimely. From accidental drownings to presumed murders, these records form a strange window into the consequences of crime, and sometimes its absence. The roll in question dates to the mid-13th century. Its script is plain, its tone detached. It describes the circumstances of dozens of deaths, most told in a few spare lines. William of Broke was found in the orchard beneath the east wall. There was a wound upon his brow. None saw who struck. He was buried by the chaplain. The hue and cry was not raised. Agnes, wife of Henry the Fuller, did fall into the weir while gathering reeds. The water was high. Her body was recovered 3 days later. No foul play suspected. A man unknown was found hanging from an ash tree outside the village of Mere. He bore no tokens, no purse, a rope not of local make. No one claimed him. What emerges from these brief notations is a vision of justice at its most ambiguous. Death itself was not enough to prompt action. There needed to be suspicion. A cry raised, a witness, an accusation. Without those, the dead were often buried without further inquiry and the roll moved on. But one entry stands out. It concerns a boy of no more than 12, found in the alley behind a tanner's yard. The body bore bruises, the hands signs of struggle. A knife was found nearby, though not bloodied. The entry ends with a note. Known to have quarrelled with the cooper's son. No charge laid. Insufficient witness. The boy's name was Wymond. There is no follow-up, no record of investigation. His death is acknowledged, noted, and passed over. In a time before forensic science, before formal police, before even the concept of professional inquiry, death often went unpunished unless it could not be ignored. A coroner might travel miles to see the site. He might gather the local jurors, 12 men who lived nearby, and ask what they saw. But if no one spoke, no one knew, or no one dared to know, the inquest ended there. Some coroners kept meticulous records, others were paid by the case, and wrote only what was required. In this way, medieval England's justice system quietly documented what it could not resolve. These rolls are not stories of closure. They are records of endings with no conclusion. And yet, they offer a rare gift, the preservation of names that would otherwise be lost. Wymond, Agnes, William of Broke. Their lives may be forgotten, but their deaths were written, not glorified, not mourned, but acknowledged. Today these rolls are studied with care, not just for what they say, but for what they omit. They are maps of uncertainty, quiet catalogues of a world where justice, like death, came not always when it should, but when someone noticed, when someone cared, when someone wrote it down. And as you trace the parchment with your eyes, line after line, death after death, the silence behind the words is almost louder than the entries themselves. A name, a place, a cause. And the page turns. Step now into the interior of a country manor in the spring of 1373. The walls are hung with faded woolen tapestries, and on a sideboard near the hearth, a silver goblet sits half filled with last night's wine. The scent of beeswax and hearth ash lingers in the still air. A clerk stands near the window, waiting, quill poised. He has already sharpened the nib twice. He does not ask again. At the far end of the room, seated in a heavy chair of carved elm, is Sir Ewan de Langley. He is not old, but he is tired, worn down by the weight of management, taxation, correspondence, and a recent letter from the Sheriff of Hampshire, which lies open on the desk beside him. The contents are clear. A young man in Sir Ewan's service has been accused of theft, silverware gone missing from a visiting bishop's household. The boy was caught selling it, unaware of the seal stamped beneath one of the bowls. The evidence is plain. The sentence, if pursued, will be capital. But the boy is useful, quiet, loyal, and more importantly, he has a mother who served in the manor's kitchens for decades before taking ill. Sir Ewan remembers her, a woman who scrubbed linen until her hands cracked, who never once spoke out of turn, and so, instead of condemning the boy, he lifts his pen. He writes to the sheriff asking for delay. He notes the boy's good behaviour, his prior record of labour, his lack of formal education. He does not deny the crime. He merely reframes it, a lapse in judgment, a first offence, an error made by one not yet hardened in wrongdoing. He closes the letter with his seal, a coiled serpent around a sheaf of grain, waxed in green and pressed smooth. This is the beginning of a pardon, not royal, not formal, not full of ceremony, but real nonetheless. Because in the world of elite justice, guilt can often be softened, rounded out by reputation, bent by obligation, redirected by social gravity. When the sheriff receives the letter, he sets the matter aside, not dismissed, not closed, but postponed, a delay without expiration. The boy remains at the manor, though he is no longer sent to fetch wine or count spoons. He tends the orchard now, where eyes are fewer and tasks are duller. He is not whipped, he is not branded, he is not hanged. Justice, in his case, has been deferred, not erased, not forgotten, but folded quietly beneath layers of parchment and privilege. This was a common rhythm in the upper tiers of society. Crimes committed within elite households were often settled privately, through letters, through favours, through reputation. A housemaid caught pilfering buttons might be married off quickly to a tenant farmer. A steward who overstepped his station might be retired to a distant estate. These resolutions rarely touched the court rolls. They were justice, handled at the Lord's desk. But the logic behind them was not always corruption. Sometimes it was memory. Sir Ewan remembered the mother, remembered her hands, remembered the way she asked years ago for her son to be taken into the household after her husband's death. And so the boy lives, not without consequence, but without rope. The sheriff does not write back. The matter fades, and somewhere in the orchard the boy kneels in the soil digging a hole for a new rootstock. His hands are still stained. His thoughts are his own. He never sees the letter that saved him, but it was written, and sealed, and kept. The gulls cry early over the rooftops of a salt-worn fishing town along the southern coast of England. Their voices cut through the murk of morning like blades. The sea is a flat sheet of grey, and the wind carries the scent of brine, kelp and tar. The tide is out, and the docks are slick with green algae. Boats list lazily in their moorings, nets coiled, barrels empty. Along the crooked alleys and fish-scented wharves of this town, suspicion hangs in the air like smoke. The town has no walls, but its boundaries are clear, marked by the rhythm of the tide, by the gatehouse at the end of the quay, and by the church bell that rings out judgment on feast days and funerals alike. Here, law comes not from the king's men, but from the bailiff, the port reeve, and the murmur of traders who pay careful attention to who arrives and who departs. The crime this time is not murder, not theft, but evasion. A tax on saltfish was introduced the previous spring, an effort by the Crown to reap from the booming herring trade. The locals grumbled but complied, for a time. Then came the rumour. Someone, no one knew who, had been seen hauling barrels down the coast by cart under cover of darkness, avoiding the official weighman, selling at private docks, bypassing the tax entirely. It was called smuggling now, though the word had yet to fully take hold. The villagers say nothing, at least not aloud, but the eyes narrow, the shutters close faster, the tavern quiets when certain men enter, and the bailiff is watching. He begins to track the boats more closely. He counts nets. He examines ledgers with more care. He questions a young cooper about the quantity of casks delivered this week. Why so many? And to whom? The cooper shrugs. The barrels are paid for. He asks no questions. The bailiff nods but does not believe him. Then one morning a barrel splits on the stones of the quay. Salted herring spills across the dock. Inside the fish are coins. Foreign, Flemish. Enough to draw the bailiff's breath. Enough to confirm what he already suspected. No name is written down. No arrest is made. But the cooper is not seen again. Some say he fled north toward Winchester. Others say the bailiff's men made sure he would not speak. Nothing is confirmed. The church holds a quiet service the following week for a man lost to the sea, but no body is brought ashore. Still, the ledger changes. The trade continues, but now every barrel is double-checked. Every boat is tagged. The salt tax, hated as it is paid. The rumour passes like a storm, and the townsfolk continue their work, gutting fish, mending sails, dragging nets heavy with bone and seaweed. They do not forget, but they say nothing, because justice in a place like this is not enforced with writs and gallows. It is whispered, it is watched, it is enforced in silence and absence, and always the tide returns. In the shadow of a great stone fortress that once guarded the northern frontier of England, a team of archaeologists uncovers a small, half-collapsed chamber built directly into the foundation of the outer gatehouse. The stones here are darker, stained by centuries of rainwater and rust. The room is narrow, no more than 7 feet across, with no window, no chimney, and only a slotted drain carved into the floor. What they've found is not a treasure vault or a monk's hidden writing room. It's a lock-up, a temporary holding cell for those accused, arrested or condemned, but not yet processed. These rooms were common in castles and fortified towns across medieval England. Not proper prisons, but way stations on the road to judgment. Here, the walls tell their own story. Etched into the stone are crude carvings. Circles, tally marks, a ship with sails, a single crowned figure with outstretched arms. Beneath the soil, the archaeologists find 3 iron shackles, one still attached to a crumbling ring in the floor. In a corner, a clay cup, blackened by time, lies broken into 3 pieces. There are no bodies, no bones, just the imprint of bodies once confined, of days once endured. From written records held in nearby Durham and York, we know that such rooms were often used to detain debtors, thieves, soldiers gone rogue, and at times enemies of the crown captured on the border. One entry from 1292 details a woman named Beatrice held in a lockup after refusing to pay a court fine for slight violence committed during a quarrel at market. She is described as having spoken in defiance of the bailiff, and for this she was confined for a day and a night in fasting and dark. Another from 1316 references a mason, drunk and blasphemous, held in chains beneath the portcullis until his mind was returned to the Lord's peace. These were not official trials. There were no jurors, no advocates. The lockup was punishment by process, a warning, a taste of what might follow. They were also places of confusion. Prisoners from the countryside, unfamiliar with castle procedures, often waited for days before being seen. Food, if given, came through a slot in the door, usually bread, often stale. Water was brought once or twice a day. Light entered only through the cracks beneath the stone lintel. And yet the power of these rooms was not just physical, it was psychological. The gate above represented order, the stone below, silence. For those accused of rebellion, sedition, or lesser offences made heavy by political mood, the lockup was often the first, and sometimes the last space they inhabited before disappearing into the broader machinery of justice. Today that room is dry and cold. The chains have rusted to dust. The carved ship, its lines barely visible, faces toward the opening, toward freedom. Perhaps it was drawn by a merchant who missed the tides, or by a prisoner who had once dreamed of the coast, or by a mason remembering what he once helped build. We will never know their names, but we know their silence. And sometimes that is all the past can offer, a quiet echo in stone, a trace of rust, a reminder that the walls themselves once listened. It is late in the evening, and the great house has grown quiet. The servants have finished their meals of pottage and barley bread. The dogs have been fed and curled beneath the stairs. The candles in the main hall flicker low, their wax pooling across metal saucers like slow-spilled coin. In a modest chamber behind the solar, the steward of the estate sits at a broad table, bent over a ledger. This is no ordinary record book. It is the estate's engine, the meticulous register of livestock counts, grain yields, tenant dues, and wages paid. Each line is a transaction. Each margin bears initials and short notes. Timothy, absent at harvest. Mary, fowl taken without leave. Godwin, tools not returned. But tonight the steward lingers over a name. A cooper named Janin has been accused of miscounting barrels delivered to the alehouse. A discrepancy of 6. A minor thing, in another season. But the harvest was thin this year, and the ale is to be taxed more heavily in the coming quarter. The Lord is concerned. Waste cannot be tolerated. The steward knows Janin well. He has served the household for a decade, his work consistent. He has 4 children. He once repaired a cart axle without charge, but the numbers do not match. The error is clear. And in the logic of the ledger, compassion weighs less than balance. The steward scratches a note beside Janin's name. Find half wages. Watch closely. No formal hearing, no opportunity to plead, no reeve summoned. The decision is made in ink, quietly, with a sigh. This is how justice moves within the confines of a noble estate, not through ceremony but through accountancy. A missing bolt of cloth might become a deduction from next season's allowance. A broken fence repaired late could lead to fewer days in the grain store. A lie told to the stablemaster might cost a kitchen servant her yearly bonus. These punishments are not announced. They are not discussed in chapel or in court, but they are felt, in lighter purses, in denied favours, in one's place at the table. For the steward, justice is not a matter of emotion. It is about maintenance, keeping the house running, the staff honest, the ledgers balanced. He punishes not out of cruelty, but out of duty. And when he crosses a name out entirely when a servant is dismissed, he does so with regret. But he does so nonetheless. His pen rests after each decision. He looks toward the hearth, then he writes again. Tomorrow he will speak to Janin, calmly, firmly. He will offer no apology, just the facts, the numbers, the terms. Janin will nod, ashamed. He may mutter a protest, but he will return to his work, and next season perhaps there will be no discrepancy. Perhaps this is a world where reputation is as valuable as coin and far more fragile. And for the lower orders of a great household, the steward's pen carries more weight than any judge's gavel. The ledger closes, the room darkens. Outside, the manor is still, but somewhere, under the thatched roof of a cooper's house, a man lies awake beside his wife, staring at the beams above, wondering how a few missing barrels came to cost so much, and the steward sleeps. Far to the west, near a bend in the River Severn, the landscape is quiet, save for the occasional bleating of sheep and the whisper of wind across the high grass. There, on the outskirts of a village long swallowed by time, archaeologists unearthed during drainage work the outline of a strange wooden platform, its beams worn, waterlogged, and spiked deep into the riverbank itself. Local law, long dismissed, spoke of a place called the Wet Judgment. Older villagers said it had been used in the old way, when God, not man, was asked to settle matters of guilt. What they'd uncovered was the remnants of an ordeal site, once used for trial by cold water, one of the church-sanctioned rites for resolving unresolved guilt when evidence was lacking or when the accused maintained innocence. In such trials, the accused would be bound, wrists to ankles, or with arms crossed over the chest, and gently lowered into a pool, pond, or river, often with priests present to observe. The logic, if it can be called that, was simple. Water, a symbol of purity, would reject the guilty. If the accused floated, they were condemned. If they sank, they were considered innocent, though survival was not always guaranteed. 11221 entry from the court records of Shropshire describes such a scene. The accused, a man named Evo, was charged with stealing from a travelling friar. No evidence was found and no confession given. The townsfolk were divided. The reeve, unwilling to press the matter further, agreed to submit the question to God. A pit was dug lined with planks filled by diverting a stream. Evo was bound, lowered in, and floated. He was pulled out, shivering, wide-eyed, coughing. The priest declared him guilty. He was fined and placed in the stocks for 2 days. Others, in similar situations, were branded or worse. There was no appeal. The Church, over time, came to frown upon such methods. By the early 13th century, under papal instruction, ordeals were discouraged and eventually outlawed. But in some corners of the countryside, where parchment came late and custom ruled, the practice lingered in memory and in shadowed corners for years beyond. The platform near the Severn had been altered several times. New beams driven in, rope remnants preserved in clay. It was used more than once. We do not know the names of those tested there. No scroll records the last drowning. No priest confessed to overseeing the rite. But the platform, built with care and reinforced again and again, speaks of a place where truth was sought not in words or law, but in the movements of water. Imagine the silence as the village gathered, the soft lapping of current, the rustle of reeds, the murmur of prayer as someone was lowered into judgment. No shouts, no gallows, just a breathless wait. And then the ripples. This too was justice, a justice where innocence might drown and guilt might rise with the bubbles, a justice whose verdict was irreversible and whose logic flowed not from court, but from ritual. The platform is gone now, long disassembled. The river still runs, and at the bend where once fear met belief, only birds rest now, their wings folded in the quiet wind. The fire burns low in the hearth. The smoke drifts softly upward, curling through the rafters of a thatched roof, vanishing into the unseen. Outside, the wind moves through hedgerows and quiet lanes. The day is long ended, the people have gone to their beds. The fields lie still beneath a soft shroud of dew. And so we arrive at the end of our journey. We have walked the dusty roads of medieval England. We have stood beside the pillory, beneath the gallows, and within the hush of the manor's ledger rooms. We've seen justice where it lived. in the marketplaces and kitchens, in the shadowed corners of chapels, and in the cracks between what was fair and what was merely enforced. Justice in this world was not a statue. It was not blind, and it certainly wasn't even. It was 1,000 small hands keeping a door closed, a glance that said nothing but meant everything, a man with a pen deciding whether your name would rise or vanish. We saw how the poor lived one misstep from condemnation, how a missing loaf, a broken fence, or a whisper of theft could spiral into stocks, branding, or silence, how women with knowledge became threats, how innocence didn't always float, and in contrast, we stepped into high halls, where justice was softened by silk sleeves and erased with a letter, where the powerful could shift the weight of law like a stone in a riverbed, diverting its course with a word. Still, it would be easy, too easy, to paint the past in absolutes, to say it was all cruel, all callous, all broken. But in truth there was nuance. We saw mercy in a lady's discretion, in a monk's private notes, in a nobleman's silent pardon. We watched a steward hesitate before striking through a name. We heard the reeve weigh punishment against shame. We saw how even in a world that punished harshly, people still found ways to live kindly, quietly, when they could. That's what history often forgets to show us, the hesitations, the moments between the acts. Because medieval justice was not just about sentencing. It was about what came before the trial. The night spent hoping for a neighbour to speak for you. The morning spent avoiding a reeve's gaze. The hours lost calculating whether truth would matter. And after the stocks or the fine or the banishment, there was life. People carried on. They grew older. Their children forgot the shame. Their names faded from the rolls, but not from memory. They existed fully and uneasily within a world that made them walk carefully, speak cautiously, and survive stubbornly. Tonight, perhaps as you lie beneath your own roof, warmed by a comfort undreamt of in the homes we've visited, there's something grounding in the contrast. No bailiff waits at your door, no steward controls your ration, and if you speak too freely, it won't be your freedom that's taken, just someone's attention. The fire is low now, its light is soft, the voices of the past have quieted. Thank you for spending this time with me. If you're still awake, I'd love to know where you've listened from, what town, what country, what hour. You can share it in the comments if you feel like it. And if this journey helped you drift into rest or reflection, consider subscribing. It helps this channel stay alive and lets us keep wandering through time together, gently, without rush. Until next time, sleep well and let the past keep watch. Good night.